This is a clouds weather alert. Good Sunday afternoon, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center coming on the air for a severe thunderstorm warning here for parts of the Big Bend of Florida. Watching things there around Leon County, Gadsden counties here until about 3:15. So again, severe thunderstorm warning about 3:15 for parts of Leon and Gadsden there. As we're watching things within the Doppler algorithms, I know on the radar stream, if you were watching that a moment ago here, you could see a brighter area of some stronger winds there. And we'll go back over to that mode right now, and we don't really see that as much. So that's a good sign, but did have that up on the radar stream here. Is right in that area. Is really getting, up there quick in terms of those wind speeds. But that seems to be fading quickly. But it is getting closer to the radar. So we may be having an issue here in terms of being able to see that as easily because it's be so low down that beam, in terms of the overall feature there. You might not be able to see those winds getting to the surface there as much. So in terms of just we're looking so low. I think they just canceled the warning, by the way. So that's just how things go this time of year in terms of the overall setup. We did have this though on the radar stream if you were watching that. You saw that there on the Doppler algorithms here posting up. But yeah, the yellow box just went away. That was a very short-lived severe thunderstorm warning there. I mean, less than 15 minutes in length as we were looking in toward that area. So again, Leon and Gadsden, that has been canceled. Yeah, that warning that was issued there at 2:29, and they canceled it here at about, it looks like 2:42. So, yeah, 13-minute severe thunderstorm warning. Things pulsed up quick, pulsed down quick. But we still have some gusty winds, some heavy rain there coming in toward the Tallahassee area. So, still be mindful of that here this afternoon as we're looking at the situation. Again, that was a very short-lived severe thunderstorm warning there as we were watching things. Again, you saw that on the radar stream pulsing up there. If you were looking at that there, if you were watching the overall scenario here meteorologically, you could see how that wind pixel really started to come into play there as the situation was evolving. But again, the severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled. Again, very short-lived. But while we're on, let's give you an update on some of the other action that's going on across our area. You see the heat advisory, some spots still sitting really warm out there. We'll go to the feels like temperatures here, the heat index, and you can see some triple-digit type of numbers here as we're looking at things in the weather center. Just important to kind of be mindful of everything here. If you're not getting the rain, that heat exhaustion, that heat stroke risk is definitely there. The actual air temperatures, I will go ahead and go over to those right now, and you'll be able to see here still sitting pretty hot in spots, but some spots look rain cooled, like around Stark, where I'm at here in Bradford County. And then in terms of power outages here, let's go ahead and see that map here. A few out in southeast Georgia, and you see Nassau County there. I guess Lowndes would be considered south central Georgia, really. But again, the severe thunderstorm warning was issued very quickly there, and then it was canceled very quickly there for the Tallahassee area. That's great news as we're looking at the overall situation. So, really what we want to see a positive trend, obviously, here within the meteorology. So, I know that warning was for, the metro there. We'll go back over the last half hour and see how this kind of pulsed on up. You saw the yellow box come on the screen and then go away very quickly here as things did weaken down. Again, you saw how quickly that kind of pulsed up there within the velocity scans. I'm going to try to see if I need to do it over here, I guess. I'll scrub back and forth. I just want to try to show you where that wind really got going. Let me go back 30 minutes, actually, to be able to see this a little bit better. It got going right there at about 2:29, and that's when the warning was issued, almost to 58 miles an hour there. In fact, we'll get down there right around Blanchetown Highway on street level, Co-Landing Road, and then we'll kind of scrub. Let me take that off there. We'll scrub forward, and you see the next couple scans, it just kind of fades by 2:34. I know we were getting close on the radar. I know I was kind of going over that a moment ago. When you get so low, sometimes you just get too low. I know at a certain height, you can be too high and not be able to see stuff either. But you see at 2:34, we got down to only 38. And then I'll go ahead and get a little bit further along here. And you can see how it just kind of fades. I mean, because it would still at least show up a little bit, even if as we were getting closer to the radar, the axle angle here, kind of distorted things. You would still be able to see the signal some, but it's completely faded. We only have 6 lightning strikes there last 15 minutes down that area, so that's really faded as we're looking there, as we're tracking things. But again, while we're on, let's give you an update on some of the other action that's going on across our viewing circle. Let's get down towards St. Johns County there. I know as we get out toward the beaches, there, you got to be really careful. When thunder roars, you need to go indoors here as we're looking at the situation. By the way, let me just see if we have any questions, comments from any of the viewers here tuning in. Don't really see anything right now. I just appreciate you guys watching here with me on the different platforms. But again, looking here right now at the situation, again, we're looking at this. There is a little bit of wind enhancement in here as we watch things and as we just really track them here. Let me just see if we can get a look at the movement with this so we can kind of give you guys a storm track on when things are going to get worse, deteriorate further there towards St. Augustine. So let me just kind of give you guys an idea on that. Okay, moving east at 20 miles an hour, moving east at 20. So put this into motion here. You see the advisory box pop up there. Telling that story. We'll go to the now view. And then we're talking about the different tracks. So the worst of this with the lightning clustering in, moving east at about 20 miles an hour. So St. Augustine, the worst, some of this lightning out ahead still could be dangerous. You need to go ahead and seek shelter now. But the worst could be moving in there around 310 in St. Augustine and 318 there, St. Augustine Beach. So again, giving you guys a look there in terms of that information as we get out there toward parts of our area. So again, watching that, you see around Palm Valley, quite a bit of lightning. Again, when thunder roars, you want to go indoors. Southeast Florida, this is where we really could have, more sustained severe action. We had that very quick severe thunderstorm warning that faded toward the Tallahassee area. But we could, in theory, get this to be a little more sustained because we do have our formal severe risk here today as we get up toward the north, the green area, the dark greens, we have the severe weather outlook. So this could be something that could go severe on us here as we look ahead in the timeline. We're just going to go ahead and continue to monitor things very carefully. Here. I know that significant weather advisory east at 20 miles an hour as we're tracking things here. So let's just kind of track this on off. 20 miles an hour, that's kind of out of our area with that Darien, but let me do a better track on all this, and I'm going to change the rank so we get more communities in here. So I'm going to go ahead and just kind of draw this all the way down, and we'll put it at about 20. But let me go ahead and then change the population on this so we have more of the communities showing up. So you see areas there like Thalman at 253, getting over toward the Everett area at 256 there. Getting in toward other spots there, like it would seem the Fraser's Crossing at 314. So again, just trying to let you guys know. Glencoe's at 3:01 p.m. So that's kind of telling that story. In fact, let me do another track. I know I'm gonna, kind of try to track this just a little bit better here in terms of some of our area. Because this is McIntosh, and then I got to change the rank in here again. And we'll go ahead and do that here just to give you another visual on how this could kind of evolve here over the next little bit with some of our different communities being impacted. So again, there's kind of an idea here of what could be happening over the next little bit. I know we'll go ahead and see what's going on just in the broad view. Again, an advisory up here till 3 o'clock. We have this one till 3 o'clock. They could get extended as possible. We get some severe thunderstorm warnings. I know as we go ahead and get over toward Tallahassee, again, the warning went away there for the Leon area. Now that latest scan does suggest a little bit of wind right near that radar site. So about 28 miles an hour. So that's kind of interesting, as we look at the different scans in there. Again, looking at the situation, a bunch of lightning in McCulloch County. Right there north of US 98, especially as we get north of Coastal Highway, east of Old Plank Road. Again, just trying to let you guys know what's going on here. Again, the warning that we had for Leon got dropped very, very quickly. One of the quick ones I've seen, to be completely honest here, just completely faded away on us. I see Top Cat watching. Appreciate you tuning in here and trusting me this afternoon again. Watching things very carefully, but again, they dropped the warning. It was a very short-lived one. That's great news here. We're going to go ahead and keep looking at things just a little bit longer, and then we'll kind of figure out what we want to do here as we look ahead in the timeline if we don't have any new warnings here in just a moment. But I'm just going to take a quick 60-second break, and we'll be right back here on Cloud Weather. In the last half decade or so, our area and the region have been through a lot. Stay safe, but it's going to be memorable. I was there around 4 p.m. to document them. Life-threatening situation here. So, again, that's the storyline there. Oh, I think we just had another power flash. Another power flash. Sometimes Bradford County is a tough spot to see a spin-up tornadoes, so we just want you to go ahead and be inside and away from windows. Can't even completely rule out a quick spin-up tornado, so things have started to escalate here. Please take shelter. This is going to cause a lot of damage. Radar-confirmed tornado in southeastern Georgia. We're seeing areas there around Perry bear the brunt of this, coming into these communities and ravaging them. That's why we got to get you guys out. You got to run from that water. You got to evacuate. You got to follow these orders. This is as serious of a situation I've seen. This is the eye wall. This is where some of the worst of the weather is. When hazardous weather threatens, trust Cloud's weather. Back here right now in the Weather Center, it is 2:53 on this Sunday afternoon. Again, we had that one very rogue, very quick, short-lived severe thunderstorm warning for Tallahassee. It went away before the storm even got there here in terms of the meteorology. Again, that's some good news here for sure. As we're looking, as we're monitoring. Zooming on in, there is some lightning around there. As we get down towards Spring Hill Road, you see some heavy downpour activity. South side of Tallahassee there being impacted, but no warning. We get over toward the Jacksonville radar. I just heard a little rain outside where we're at, and there may be a little bit of it as we're looking in toward parts of Bradford County. And then you have toward St. Johns County here. St. Johns County, they just had a 42-mile-an-hour wind gust there, 2 miles northwest of St. Augustine a little while ago. But as we're looking at the situation down there, so looking at some of the different velocity values here. Again, subsevere in general. Today we just had that one really quick rogue pixel. I think it was legitimate though, but that signal, I guess I should call it, because the way I make it sound like it was a false signal. I think it was a legitimate wind, signature there on radar there around, Gadsden County that triggered that severe thunderstorm warning. It just faded very quickly. So could have had a little bit of damage. Let's go ahead and look back here at some different things. We continue to monitor the situation. We're going to go to power outages again. Don't see anything toward Gadsden, but it's possible they could have a few outages over that way. So, in fact, let me go to it a different way here in this source. We're going to go to it a different way as we're monitoring things, as we're tracking things. 2:55 is the time. I'm just going to go through some of our different, sources here. We're going to get the county power outage total. Don't see it out toward Gadsden right now, but we do have some outages here to talk about, like toward, South Georgia there. You see some different readings. You see Marion there. Nothing too overwhelming yet, but we'll continue to monitor the situation. So you see about 100 out toward Lowndes County, Valdosta's way, that area, Ocala, Marion, about 100. And then as we get towards southeastern Georgia there, about 100 out there as we get toward Pierce County. So again, just trying to let you guys know the overall storyline. You see these different brownish boxes. Those are significant weather advisories. You have the heat advisory and the orange there on the map. Just got an advisory for Camden and Glen until 3:45. Okay, so let's look back up here. This is for 40-mile-an-hour wind gust potential. 40-mile-an-hour wind gust potential. Let's get over to the best radar for this. I'm seeing a whole bunch there, but definitely moving on in. We also have an advisory there as we get over toward the let's see, Decatur County area. So let's go ahead, because that also gets out of our area here with some of this. But okay, so it's this here until 3:30. That's our old area up here, but this is still our area down in here as we look northwest of Bainbridge. So that's a pretty hefty looking storm. Now let's get to the Tallahassee radar here. You can see quite a bit of lightning. Let me go ahead and see the speed on this, on that movement, to see how that might get into our area eventually. Okay, moving southeast at 15 miles an hour, gust to 50 a possibility. So let's go ahead and kind of show you some different things. We'll track it like this, and you can kind of see here what's going on. I need to change this down so we get some smaller communities in here. You can see Boynton there, El Dorado area, some of the different impacts. El Dorado at 341. So as we kind of get on in there in northern Decatur County. So, that could go severe on us. We'll continue to watch things, continue to track them. Again, no active warnings. We had that very short-lived severe thunderstorm warning for the Tallahassee area there. Again, just watching things here, the overall meteorology. Whenever thunder roars, you need to go indoors here for sure. As we're looking at this overall situation, definitely very, very important to do that here as we're watching things, as we're tracking them. Just got to be very mindful. Let's see, futurecast here. Just trying to give you an idea of what could happen, but it's not going to do the best job sometimes. We've had a lot of storm energy. We had 5,000 joules per kilogram, so from other source here earlier on when I was looking at that storm around Tallahassee. So yeah, we just definitely need to be watching, of course, on the infrared satellite. You'll be able to see how things bubble up here across the area, across our different zones, and the later views on that. Looking from space there, there's colder cloud tops here. Gust to 40, northeast Tallahassee, weather stem at 256. So again, just continuing to track things here. Looking through all our different graphics available. You can see the temperature trends. Some spots like Tallahassee now dropping. 80 there around Tallahassee, but still 96 at Waycross. So again, the warning went away. This is that storm report from the St. Augustine area there. 2:35 p.m. gust to 42 out of the west. So we had one around Tallahassee here. It hadn't popped up yet, but it just happened here in the last few moments. 40 at 2:56 p.m. So I think what we're going to do, we're going to leave the radar going on this stream. I know, did our other radar stream in case we didn't get warnings here, and we had a warning, so I cut away from that. At least I did give you a heads up if you were watching the end of that stream. You saw the warning pop up. I did some pixel querying, not actually talking about it, but at least you saw what was going on, right, what was happening, because even if we would have jumped in within like 3 minutes, it would have probably been pretty much too late to, show you what was happening in the real time there. So at least you kind of saw that there on the map when we did have that warning pop up on the other stream. But I'm going to keep this one going even though we don't have the warning anymore. Just in case we have another warning, I'll just leave the radar going on this. So we don't, I don't want to start another stream just for radar. So we'll just leave this stream going here in a moment, assuming we don't get any more warnings here. But, are some gusty winds. Again, Killarney State area, northeast Tallahassee, 256 there. Gust to 40 miles an hour. So, this kind of tells that story there. A little bit gusty, nothing overwhelming, but a little bit gusty there as we're looking right now around Capitol Circle Northeast, Olson Road, Thomasville Road, Mahan Drive area there into Ward Tallahassee. So still some pretty strong acts, and very well may get some more warnings here as we look through the course of the day. So we'll continue to update you guys here in the Weather Center, as conditions warrant, if conditions warrant me to come back on here again. But let me switch over to the Vedasta view. That kind of gets us in between everything enough to see what's going on across the 38 counties. Just sent a new significant advisory to 3:30 for parts of Flagler, parts of St. John's. So we're just going to continue to track things here. We'll pop back in if and as warranted in the Weather Center through the day. If these conditions require, again, you saw how quick the yellow box was up and then it went away as things weakened down. But that stuff out of southwest Georgia, that might end up starting to clip some more counties over there. We'll see, and we have to watch this too because this is where we have the marginal risks. That could end up going severe. In fact, let me look at that one more time because that has at least from reflectivity there, it has an interesting look. So nothing overwhelming, but we're kind of far from the radar here. We'll watch it. I mean, we really had a strong pixel earlier there on that other storm, toward Gadsden, and it just went away in a hurry. So you just never know in this type of environment here, things pulse up quick, pulse down quick. So what I'll do is if I need to jump back in, I'll cut back in on this stream. I see just getting some new updates here. So I'm going to jump up from the computer over here and see what this is. Okay, nothing on that. So just want to double check everything before I kind of wrap it for now. But, if I need to break back in, I definitely will. I most certainly will here as the situation goes along. And just whenever thunder roars go indoors, very important on a Sunday like this. People want to enjoy things here. And, on this Flag Day, you just want to really be careful out there as we're monitoring things, as we're looking at things here across the area. Just be very mindful here, as we're watching things across the 38 counties. Just be, paying attention here for sure. So that'll do it for now. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. Going to go ahead and wrap it, but if we need to jump back in on this stream, we will. We're just going to continue to track things here, and I'll leave the radar running, but, that kind of does it for the time being. Just stay safe, and again, I'll jump back in here with more coverage if the conditions require. This is a clouds weather alert. Meteorologist Casey Cloud jumping back in here now. It's a bit thunderstorm warning in South Georgia for areas of Decatur County here until about 4:15. I see the potential for some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts here as we're looking just mainly north of Bainbridge or on the north side of Bainbridge here. So 4:15 is when the expiration is for this severe thunderstorm warning. So may have to be with you here for the next little bit as we're tracking this scenario. Let me go ahead and go to velocity mode. This looks pretty impressive here as we kind of zoom down here in toward parts of Decatur County. You can see 49-mile-an-hour winds, showing up 46 miles an hour. So definitely something to take note of here for sure. As we get down here into street level mapping, we'll take off those numbers for now. And you can see it looks like around Babcock Road there, as well as Stony, Lonesome Road, Pine Hill Road, Pondtown Road. Severe thunderstorm warning there in Decatur County, Georgia, until about 4:15. So severe thunderstorm warning in effect. We need to get folks there, inside away from windows. As we're looking at this situation, this is moving east at 40 miles an hour according to Weather Service, so a pretty quick mover. Parts of Bainbridge under this warning. We have Bainbridge, Climax, Brinson, over toward El Dorado, Decatur County Airport. You kind of get the idea. We were watching some of this earlier on in our last cut-in when we were watching a severe thunderstorm warning there. For Tallahassee. That was very short-lived. This one's going to last a little longer, I think, as we're seeing things here evolve in towards South Georgia. So moving east at 40 miles an hour. Let me go ahead and put a storm track here on some of the worst of this, and let me try that one more time. We're going to do east here at 40 miles an hour, so I got to zoom out even a little bit. This is maybe a little bit on the fast side, quite honestly, but so, areas there that we're to move at this continuous speed, this fast. We're talking about areas around Cairo at 4:11 and Thomasville at 4:30. So, something to be mindful of here this afternoon with the overall setup. We have a lot of instability, an unstable environment here, and a severe thunderstorm warning here in effect until about 4:15 for parts of Decatur County there in toward Georgia. So, Decatur County, severe thunderstorm warning, northeast Decatur. Appreciate everybody tuning in here and trusting me this afternoon. Appreciate, just you guys monitoring the situation here with me. And I appreciate, just being able to give you guys this information, trying to keep you guys informed. So, again, let me go ahead and broaden the view a little bit. That right now, the only warning we have in terms of our counties, there's a warning up near Savannah. That's not, in our area, but you have a severe thunderstorm warning here right around the Bainbridge area, but not right in town. But just here, West Bainbridge, it goes from about Dirt Road to the north here with the polygon, with the severe thunderstorm warning polygon, again to about 4:15. That's when it's expired for parts of Decatur County. Let me look here, see if we have any type of interesting signatures like hail. Don't necessarily see that in this type of setup, but we'll continue to watch things here. Let me go ahead and go over to some of the other sources that we have here. With the meteorology, the Barron button does show a little bit of hail potential in here, but not overwhelming. You see it as I zoom in there, El Dorado, under this severe thunderstorm warning here until about 4:15. Worst is going to be out of there quicker than that, though, as we look over toward that part of the area. I mean, some of the worst is already getting more here toward, areas on the east side of town, moving out toward Mount Pleasant, even with some of this activity. The worst is back in here, so El Dorado right in here, east side, and then, kind of in this general vicinity. It seems to be where some of the worst of the weather is, right in here. And then maybe some back out here with all this lightning here as well. So, again, just trying to give you guys the latest. I'm going to see if we have any questions or comments here. I'm just looking here up through a few different computers. I'm behind, the camera here right now. Just giving you guys the very latest. It's Sunday afternoon. It's Flag Day here. As we give you guys those latest updates on the overall meteorology. I know this is so important to stay on top of things here as things do evolve in the local area. Just want to be mindful of everything going on here. Just appreciate everybody watching. Again, the severe thunderstorm warning situation. As we're looking right now, as we're getting out toward parts of Decatur County, this does include the airport there. It does include the airport. It just had a gust of 36 knots there at the airport in the last 5 minutes. The storm does also have a little bit of a hook on it that I was noting earlier on. With this polygon, they do not have a tornado possible tag right now, the Weather Service in Tallahassee, but we're just going to continue to monitor the progress of this storm very carefully. Again, severe thunderstorm warning here until 4:15, for parts of Decatur County. Again, trying to give you guys those latest updates here. Severe thunderstorm warning until 4:15. Let's go ahead and get back on over to the other view on the radar here. You can see what we're dealing with. Some very heavy downpours. We're going to get in here, Pine Hill Road, Pondtown Road, El Dorado Road. Again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect here. Some pretty strong winds, not overwhelming, but definitely could cause some power outages, maybe knock down, a tree limb or even a tree in some cases. Again, be very mindful. Be very mindful here. Again, trying to keep you up to date. Trying to be very mindful here of the situation. Checking for any updates here from the Weather Service. Don't see any right now, but again, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Decatur County until 4:15. Again, 60-mile-an-hour wind potential in here. We see some in the 30 range on this mode, but again, there's a potential for 60-mile-an-hour winds. Let me go over the past 30 minutes. You can see the progression there out of areas further north. We were tracking this earlier with that severe thunderstorm warning cut in for Tallahassee at the beginning of the stream. And now we have this warning for areas, north side of Bainbridge points northward here. And this is moving pretty quick according to the Weather Service. So they're tracking this at 40 miles an hour. There's a little bit of a southerly component too. It's not just due east here. But again, we're seeing some of the worst of this, move in there toward Mount Pleasant. We have Parker Courthouse there. We have Harold Steele. As we watch the situation, eventually even maybe into Decatur and Thomasville. As the situation does evolve here. So let me go ahead and see what we have in terms of the latest details. So we're going to do another kind of tracking here on the air with everybody. So you kind of get an idea, Thomasville about 4:30 or so. That's when this could get through there. Cairo maybe 4:17. Give or take 4:15. Yes, this isn't gonna be exact, but to give you an idea, it's moving pretty quick as we get towards some of our different areas here of the viewing circle. Again, we're always trying to give you the latest. Let's look over some of those power outage details here. You can see some outages with Culla, Leon, Taylor, Columbia, Marion, Peterson, Glenn. Not overwhelming, but definitely noteworthy in some spots here. In fact, let me check Leon's because 1% in Leon could be a decent number here. Let me go ahead and look at the situation. Let me go ahead and look at the situation here. We're going to check county power outage total. We've got 1,000 customers out in Leon from that storm that, the warning was kind of dropped before it got into town there as it was weakening, but still enough to cause a few issues, it seems. As we look at some of the different information, I see, we talked about that gust there at the Decatur County Airport. That was 41 miles an hour there, converting that from knots to miles an hour at 335. As we are seeing that LSR, local storm report, just come on in. But again, looking at some of this information here with some of these power outages, doesn't even take severe weather to cause some power outages like what we saw in North Tallahassee there. That warning was dropped before it got into town. But, definitely causing some issues here. Even though it was not officially maybe severe when it was coming on through. So let me go ahead and look at some more information. I know there's a warning up north here. This is way north. I just wanted to see the angle. It's not headed toward our area. Some of this stuff, will be kind of asking to watch maybe for wave cross later on. Because let me just go ahead. I know we have the instability. So let me just kind of see. That's not in our area there where I'm pointing. But it will eventually potentially get in our area. So let me go ahead and kind of do a storm track on this. Moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. So let's go to the Valdosta radar for a better scan of this. And then we're going to go southeast at 30 on all of this here. Still going to, let's go a little bit down with it in the water area some. You can see like Quitman there, maybe about 4:30. Hahira there. About 4:30, you kind of get the idea here with some of this movement as this does eventually try to, get down here further into where some of those areas further south. I mean, it is already in our area here in northern Thomas and in parts of northern Grady, though. Do have an advisory now for Camden. Let's go ahead and jump over to the. I know I keep switching radars sometimes. Things just, when we switch, got to make sure I'm on the right one here when I'm switching to give you guys the very latest. So, looking at the details here, I want to make sure I'm on the right scans. I do have an advisory for southeastern Camden. Yes, so down in here, southeastern Camden until about 4 o'clock. So right at the coast, maybe some gusty winds now coming on through. We'll get in here around, it looks like, let's see if any of the roads will pop up in here. We're kind of on the edge, it's right into the coast, so I don't really see many of the roads pop up in here, but you kind of get the idea. It must be pretty unpopulated then, because I do have the Jacksonville area roads on. I mean, right on the edge you have the Highland Oaks area and Peter Point Oaks and Plantation Oaks, but it's actually not quite in the box there. Yeah, when you get up into the actual advisory, don't have it quite as much there. The velocities aren't overwhelming here, but a little bit of gusty wind in there as we sample some of the pixels. Nothing like that one we had in Gadsden earlier on, but we're just going to continue to give you guys the very latest information. You can see 46 miles an hour there as we get off toward parts of Decatur County now as we do the pixel query. Let's go back to Tallahassee roads there. Pond Town Road, Pine Hill Road. Again, severe thunderstorm warning till 4:15. As we look, as we track, as we monitor. Again, trying to keep you informed. Let me see if we have any questions, comments here. Many of the viewers at home. Give me just a moment here as I continue to give you guys the very latest. Again, looking through some of our different sources in the Weather Center. Don't see any questions, comments, but just appreciate everybody tuning in. I know I got a lot of things going on here in terms of screens that I'm looking at right now with the overall latest on the scenario. Just need to put my questions in over here though so I can see them. If we have any. Don't see any right now though. To give you guys the very latest. Again, trying to keep you safe, trying to keep you informed here. Appreciate everybody watching. Looking at some of the wind speeds here. 40, 39, 36. Again, be very mindful here of some of these wind speeds, in terms of they could act a little bit stronger than this here. In a few spots even, which could start to cause some damage. So severe thunderstorm warning remaining in effect here till 4:15. Just trying to keep you informed on the overall the meteorological scenario. Again, looking at all the latest. Appreciate all 70 of you watching right now over on YouTube. Again, we have this severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Decatur County. So on this Flag Day, this June 14th, 2026, I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. Again, I know I'm up to look here, see why it's showing 2 Mount Pleasant. I'm not 100% sure why on that in terms of our geography. But again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here. You can see some of these different winds. A lot of lightning in that area. Let's look at some more of the storm action because there's not a lot of action in other spots now. It's kind of, in terms of some of the coverage of this, we don't have as much as we did earlier on when we had a bunch of advisories and no warnings. Because we have the advisory over here, parts of Camden, just for a few more minutes. And as far as I can tell, we have this down out in here coming out of Seminole County. Let's get the Tallahassee radar. I mean, we're watching this out here come into southern Decatur. Maybe let's do a track on that because we used to cover Seminole County, but we do cover Decatur, obviously. We're watching the warning further north, but I just want to go ahead and check the speeds here. Go ahead and check the speeds real quick. So southeast at 15 miles an hour. A lot slower than the other one, but southeast at 15. Brent's in there maybe around 410, but you guys are kind of on the edge of the other one. Okay, we just got a warning for Grady County now. Okay, severe thunderstorm warning for Grady until 4:30. So going out over here, so extending this out, yeah, that's what they're doing. Severe thunderstorm warning out at 4:30 for Grady County. As we look out there, you see Cairo, you see Wiggum there under this warning. By the way, we just got a new SPC outlook. Let me see what might have changed on that here, if anything. We're going to go ahead and get on in here. And let's see if that's the, yeah, I don't know if that's the newest one or not. Let me double check because it just came across. It may have not updated yet. Let me just make sure that's the current one. Okay, it may be, but nothing much has really changed, on a, in terms of just a really hyper local type of scale. So there might have been broad changes, but nothing overwhelming. So let's get back over here. That is severe thunderstorm warning. Let me read this off to you. So this is a new warning for Grady County here till 4:30 this afternoon on this Sunday, this Flag Day, this June 14th, 2026. Again, trying to give you guys the very latest here on the situation. Just trying to inform you guys the best we can here in the Weather Center. So 4:15, Decatur County, we had that one warning, but now we have the warning for Grady County to 4:30 at 3:50. It's if a thunderstorm was located 10 miles northwest of Wiggum or 10 miles northeast of Bainbridge, moving east at 45 miles an hour. Cairo, Wiggum, Acreage, Grady County Airport, People Still, Spence, getting over toward Pine Park. Kind of gives you the idea here of what's going on. Let's do another storm track on this. We'll do another storm track. Again, moving east at 45. There's a little southerly component here, too. East and south at 45. So you see Wiggum 357, Cairo 406, Ocklackney 417, Thomasville 424, Boston 439. So some pretty quick movement here with this activity this afternoon. Again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here on the situation. Just so important to try to be very mindful here of what's happening. Just a lot of unstable air here for this to tap into. Go ahead and put the temperatures back up on the screen. You see in the 90s there toward Thomasville still at this hour. Some spots getting that rain-cooled air like here on Stark. We cooled down a lot. We're at 79 here on my Davis weather station, east of town, east of Stark. Power outage numbers right now telling the story where we do have, some of those folks without electricity here because of the adverse weather conditions. Again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here on what's going on. For our 38 counties right now, 2 of our counties are under severe thunderstorm warnings. So just important to be very mindful here of what we are tracking. Just want to be paying attention, obviously, here with what we're dealing with in the local area. Okay, new warning now. We'll get over to the infrared satellite real quick, being able to see some of the colder cloud tops, bubble up. But let me go ahead and we're going to bounce back away from this. We got a new warning now. This one's going to be for parts of Decatur. It's that other area I was talking about, the 445. We have Seminole We don't cover Seminole anymore, but this also is for inch-size hail, not just wind risk here. So we have Houston County, Alabama, Jackson County, Florida, Seminole County, Georgia. Those are not our area, but Decatur County is. Decatur County is our area. So let's go ahead and go to the velocity mode. We're going to go ahead and track this on out. It's moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. So let's get our track up here. You see Brinson, you see Attapulgis there, potentially in the path here in the next hour or so from this strong wind. So quite a bit of area, in terms of, the coverage with the geography under the warning axis now. We used to cover this, so, it's not quite as much as I'm saying it is, because right now this one's not in our area. It used to be Seminole. We used to cover you guys, but we enhanced things to a 38 county, coverage area here to try to focus on things, for areas a little closer to home, a little bit more. I'm in Stark. We do cover Bainbridge, though, as we look up there toward Decatur County. Let me remind you guys of our coverage area real quick. On the other source, here, you can see Decatur and Grady. That's what we cover in terms of that commitment to you guys. Again, just trying to give you guys the latest here. I see you're going to be watching rain threats later on in the week here, too. Right now, we're watching some severe weather potential. Here as we look at the local counties. Again, just trying to keep you guys up to date. There's a lot going on here as we're watching the storm action. Just trying to keep you guys up to date here on the overall scenario. It's so important to be very mindful here as we give you these updates here live on the air. Four o'clock is on the horizon here. It's 3:57 right now. Meteorologist Casey Cloud in the Weather Center. Just trying to stay on top of things the best we can. Again, severe weather concerns, continue here as we're looking locally. See all this electrical energy. Whenever thunder roars, you want to go indoors. Again, continuing to track things with the Doppler perspective. Sometimes there's not a whole bunch to say when we have, just stuff continuing. It is moving pretty fast, though, with the movement, some of this. Again, you can see some of this wind here. Looking pretty strong right now here. This, by the way, does include Bainbridge to this warning officially, the other warning further back. So we do have 3 warnings, 2 of them are for our area in total. The other one here clips our area, but does include Bainbridge. So quite a bit going on. This is until 4:45 here. This one's till 4:15. This one's till 4:30. So quite a bit going on here with this cluster of thunderstorm activity. Let me tilt this back here a little bit with the strikes, with the electrical action. Okay, so Decatur continues to 4:15. So this one here's now an inch-size hail. Let's go to our hail tracker. I'm going to zoom in right around Open Pond Road, Old Pelham Road. We have some hail potential here. Just got to be very mindful. You see maybe inch-size hail showing up right in that spot. So again, letting you guys know what we're dealing with. Just got to be paying attention. So let me read you the latest on this with this statement. The latest update just coming in at 3:59. A severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles northwest of Wiggum, or 8 miles east of Bainbridge, moving east at 20 miles an hour. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, quarter size hail. Bainbridge, Climax, Princeton, Decatur County Airport. Kind of get the idea there. So 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter size hail, both, hazards here this afternoon as we give you guys that very latest weather information. It's just important here to be staying on top of things with the weather picture. We have some other accent here developing. We're looking there, parts of Swanee, parts of Madison. See that lightning there whenever thunder roars, you want to go indoors. Looking around Live Oak right now, you see around Madison. Have some stuff going off the coast over here to the east. Okay, we got an update here on this Grady County warning to 4:30. Let me go ahead and read this off. At 4 o'clock, a severe thunderstorm was located near Wiggum, or 11 miles west there of Cairo, moving east at 30 miles an hour. Talking about 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, quarter size hail. Cairo, Wiggum, Acreage, Grady County Airport, Peoples, Still, Spence, Capel, Pine Park, Harold Still. Again, we started this stream off with Florida concerns earlier on. Now we switched into our South Georgia zones here as the situation evolves. As things develop here, things can change on us. They can definitely shift around. Looking at some of the different winds in here. Definitely intriguing to do that. Let me go and remind you guys of the covered area again. Just remind you guys of our commitment to you guys, our 38 counties. It's all about keeping you safe, all about keeping you informed. We're just trying to stay with this to give you the best we can, the latest details. So again, we're still with you. Let's get back to the Doppler. Zoom on in here. A lot of wind right here around Ellie Rackley Road. 53 miles an hour. That's, second highest we've seen today. We had that one toward Gadsden with that warning that was short-lived. As, weakened as it got into Leon, but still had a little bit of power outage concerns there. But you can see 53 miles an hour there. That's significant as that moves in toward Grady County. That could be causing some damage. So need to be very mindful there around Pravat Road and Mobley Road, depending on how you want to pronounce that, Duncan Road. So again, this is something we're watching. Let's put the past 15 minutes on, and they have the warning, but past 15 minutes. You can kind of see that progressing here, moving toward Cairo and Grady County. Moving toward Cairo and Grady County here. Again, multiple warnings here on the screen, 3 of them for parts of our area. Parts of Decatur here, parts of Decatur, and then parts of Grady. Of course, Seminole we don't cover anymore, but this is in that area there, south of Donaldsonville. As you're looking there, you see all that lightning that's moving into ward areas close toward Bainbridge over the next little bit, potentially. Got to be very mindful of that as we look at the overall situation. Got to be paying attention. Got to be vigilant here. Really just want to stay inside, away from windows. Just got to be really careful. Got this lightning really getting going in Suwannee County. $32, $23, $37. We'll just see if that gets a warning next little bit as that moves off toward some of these areas downstream. Let me check the speed on that. So that is moving there east at 25 miles an hour. Live oak's already getting some now, but some more of this wind kind of coming on in here next little bit. So could have a second round, or that lead round could kind of weaken things. Let's do a track on this because this is going to be headed toward Lake City. Lake City here by around 4:35. As we get back up to the north, continue to give you guys the very latest. Multiple severe thunderstorm warnings on the board. It is Flag Day here. It's a Sunday. People want to enjoy things, but unfortunately the weather's, taking that adverse turn here in terms of those conditions and parts of the viewing circle. So again, we're still with you, staying wall to wall with this the best we can. A lot of wind in here right around US 84 on Climax and Wiggum. Definitely that concern there with our pixel queries. Not as high as they were a few moments ago. Now I need to take these off because it probably won't be the right spot exactly, but let's go ahead and loop this because you did see at one point a brighter pixel or two in there as this was moving off into Ward Wiggum. Again, watching the different scans in the radar. We'll go to the now mode here. Again, this stuff's really been getting going. Let's switch back over the last 30 minutes as this stuff kind of gets going. Madison to Suwannee. And then you're watching maybe around Hamilton, Columbia counties there as well. Again, this is your typical summertime pattern. We're going to have this a lot of days here the next couple of months. We started getting this going yesterday and had it a couple weeks ago a little bit, and it kind of relented, and then 2 or 3 weeks ago there, but then, really getting in there, as we looked yesterday and now today. So something to take note of for sure. See Thomas watching, appreciate you tuning in, trusting me. I know we have the Cloud Weather app there. If you guys haven't downloaded that already, we also are on, YouTube at Cloud Weather, but also on Facebook there, Casey Cloud Weather X, Facebook Cloud Weather, Twitter /Exit Cloud Casey. We're on Twitch Clouds Weather there. You have the different types of links there, cloudweather.com. Just interactive radar if you want to zoom in on something else there, cloudweather.com/radar. Just trying to keep you guys up to date here. Just got to be mindful, got to be tracking it. Again, nobody wants to have to deal with severe weather here, but This is the nature of living in North Florida, South Georgia. This time of year, you're going to have it pop up from time to time, that potential, this random renegade fasten. And this is where we're at. Again, heat advisory for areas that haven't seen the rain. Tallahassee has seen some rain. Let's see the temperature trends again. We'll go back on over there. You see 84 Tallahassee, 93 Thomasville. They'll be going down soon with some of the storm action coming on through. So a lot of spots that rain cool, temperature like St. Augustine 75, Brunswick 76 there, which does help with those heat index values here as well. We'll go ahead and pull up some of those right now. You can see some of those still in the triple digits, but some have really been knocked down a lot. Look at St. Augustine. That's nice, in terms of being knocked down some there. As we continue to give you guys the very latest on the information here, at hand, on the task at hand. Again, continuing to watch things, continuing to track them. Okay, new warning for Decatur now. At 4:09, it's if a thunderstorm was located near Wiggum or 10 miles east of Bainbridge, moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. So 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail. So new warning there in this cluster till 4:45. As we watch, as we track here, as we give you guys the latest details. It's all about informing you, your friends, your family, protecting you, your friends, and your family. Just going to keep checking some informational details here. It's a summertime pattern that we're in. Summertime pattern for sure. Just having all that heat, all that humidity kind of building up on us. Cause some, concern here towards some of our local counties. Definitely have to be very mindful here, these northwestern zones with this potential, these adverse weather conditions. We're just checking all the different alerts here. I'm looking at one of my computer sources for that right now. As things move along, again, just trying to update you guys here the best we can. A lot of the area is staying pretty dry right now. You're wondering what, is the concern for? Well, the concerns for what we're dealing with here as we look in towards southwestern Georgia. Again, we're watching some of these different areas here with this adverse weather, with this concern here for some meteorological problems. Again, severe thunderstorm warning, damage and winds, not just about 40, 50-mile-an-hour winds, it's about 60-mile-an-hour winds here, maybe moving on through. So that can cause some power outages, that can cause some, trees to fall in isolated cases even. Those could lead to the power outages in and of themselves. But again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on the scenario with the overall parameters coming together. Again, this is something, a lot of the country didn't have to deal with, severe weather like every day like this on and off, a few hours for 2 months, like 3 hours one day, 2 hours one day, maybe one day you get a break and then it comes back for 5 hours the next day. But that's how it is toward our covered area. This time of year when we get in this summertime pattern, you just have to be very mindful here of that here with the overall setup, with the overall ingredients here, the heat, the humidity, the boundaries coming together. You just have to be really cognizant of all that here as the situation does progress. So, again, just trying to keep you informed. All these warnings here coming together. Let me check for questions, comments here. Any of the viewers at home? Let me just see what we might have here. Don't see anything right now, but I just appreciate everybody tuning in here and trusting me. Again, all this lightning, all this electrical energy, just seeing things evolve here. Soon back on in. Old Wiggum Road, Salem Church Road, Palmer Road, Ellie Rackley Road. Getting into Grady County here with some of this. Watching around Live Oak there, some concern. Again, giving you guys the very latest. .4:15 is the time here on this Sunday. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. Let's check power outage numbers here as we look at the situation. Look at that, 6% out now in Grady, so that's pretty concerning. I know it's not a huge population there, but let's go ahead and you see 3% out in Glen. They didn't have a warning. They had some storm action really come on through. Let me go ahead and we're going to get to our other source here. We're going to go to the power outage information. Let's get into currents. I'll zoom in a little bit with this. And you see an advisory now to work parts of Marion, getting some stuff going down there. We'll set that to you on the radar real quick. Northeastern Marion there as we get down towards Salt Springs, some gusty winds possible. But let's get over here toward currents and toward power outage information. We're going to get to the, let's see here, we're going to go to county power outage total. 800 out there, Grady County, 200 to the east. Let's move this in some. Leon County, 700. I know because there's a lot of these getting storms, but if you hadn't had a storm, then the heat could be an issue here for you if you were to lose power. But in general, you're getting the storms to cool things down here in our coverage zones. But if you were to get a power outage and it not necessarily because of a storm, that could be problematic. You can see there on Live Oak. You see around Houston, some strong storm action. See all this wind there. Again, Grady County. Decatur County. Again, we jumped on earlier for coverage for Tallahassee, but it turned into coverage for Georgia. As we're looking and as we're tracking. Again, just trying to let you guys know here what we're dealing with. Again, some stronger winds coming on in. For Cairo here next few minutes. Grady County. You see a lot of lightning there around Suwannee County. When thunder roars go indoors. Again, parts of northeastern Marion County here, a lot of lightning too around Salt Springs, same type of deal. Yeah, it's going to be into Cairo here very soon. I mean, next couple minutes, into downtown, but already in the west side of town there. Already into the west side of town. Again, trying to give you guys the very latest. Let me see if there's any more questions, comments from any of the viewers at home. Okay, we've got a few now. Okay, pretty good storm coming through Bainbridge there. Yeah, definitely some nasty weather as we look up that way right now. I mean, literally talking about that here just a few moments ago. I mean, that was kind of this storm. We have another storm kind of coming back in on you. Let's loop this here the last 15 minutes. I mean, you had this one kind of come through, and now a second storm cluster kind of coming on through here with the picture. And then we also have a question about areas down south. Let's go ahead and pause this here. Look toward parts of Madison County. You know, we look towards some of our different zones here as we look and as we track. You know, we're watching some of the storm activity. So again, just trying to keep you guys informed here. As we look up north from Madison. Trying to let you guys know the storyline. So right there around Pinetta there, we're looking at the situation where you guys have a little bit of lightning around. A little bit of lighting, a little bit of electrical energy in that part of the viewing circle, but nothing overwhelming. We'll watch some of this stuff from the north to see if it kind of dips down there over the next little bit. We'll just continue to give you guys the very latest here on all that to see if that kind of, you know, makes its way further south. Let me kind of do a track on some of this. I know we're going to look through some of our different tools here in the toolkit. I mean, if that were to get down there, it'd be a couple hours. But it's possible. It's possible. And adjacent saying it's breezy in Tallahassee. Just appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me. Had some, you know, stronger gusts there on Tallahassee earlier on. You know, definitely trying to give you guys the latest for the 38 counties. Again, trying to keep you informed here. You know, don't want to drop coverage while we have any type of warning in play. But we're going to go ahead and take a quick 60-second break. I'm going to gather more information. I'll be back here soon. So just keep it doing the cloud weather. I'll keep you guys up to date as we're watching these severe thunderstorm warning situations in some of our county, the northwestern zones. Here on this Sunday, on this Flag Day, June 14th here, 2026. So again, we're trying to keep you guys up to date. I'll be back here with more in 60 seconds. In the last half decade or so, our area and the region have been through a lot. Stay safe, but it's going to be memorable. I was there around 4 p.m. to document the life-threatening situation here. So, again, that's the storyline there. Oh, I think we just had another power flash. Another power flash. Sometimes Bradford County is a tough spot to see a spin-up tornado, so we just want you to go ahead and be inside and away from windows. Can't even completely rule out a quick spin-up tornado, so things have started to escalate here. Please take shelter. This is going to cause a lot of damage. Radar-confirmed tornado in southeastern Georgia. We're seeing areas there around Perry bear the brunt of this, coming into these communities and ravaging them. That's why we got to get you guys out. You got to run from that water. You got to evacuate. You got to follow these orders. This is as serious of a situation I've seen. This is the eye wall. This is where some of the worst of the weather is. When hazardous weather threatens, trust clouds weather. Back here in the Weather Center right now, new severe thunderstorm warning toward Thomas County until about 5:15. So this is coming down from the weather service there in Tallahassee. New severe thunderstorm warning to about 5:15. So again, watching this activity come on in. Watching this activity come on in here with the overall storyline. Just trying to keep you informed. Let me read the statement. At 4:22, a severe thunderstorm is located near Cairo, moving southeast at about 45 miles an hour. Cairo, Thomasville, Boston, Grady County Airport, Moncrief, Everett, Easton there, Rocky Hill. We have Princess Still, Pine Park, Beachton, Metcalf, and Oaklawn. So again, continuing to give you guys the very latest here on the situation. We take the comments, questions again. I know we have Nair saying climax area just before the rain, the sky was dark. So yeah, definitely watching things here across the area. Definitely, seeing that heavy rain, that lightning there as we look at the situation. You see that wind, Roy coming on in here to this new polygon. It's moving southeast at 45. So let's go ahead, do another storm track. And let's try that here again because it's not showing. Let me put the rank size down here. We'll do that. Okay, there we go. Thomasville at 441, Boston 456. So that kind of tells you where this is headed and what times this could arrive. But I am still going to shift this around a little bit here if I can. And add some more cities. There you go. Some of the different communities that this will be moving into over the next little bit. Giving you some advance heads up here. Again, all this electrical energy here. Just, monitoring things. Again, wanting to stick with this here to give you guys the latest. Seeing some of the different reports there. Just gonna keep on looking at the situation. Whenever thunder roars, you want to go indoors. That's the storyline for sure. Lightning safety so critical, whether we have a warning in play or not. That ring cooled air telling the story here. Different spots of the viewing circle. This right here may not have a good handle on things, but it just says some of that potential around maybe some stuff in the night a little bit. We'll see. In our Georgia counties, the models have had a tough time handling stuff lately. But quite a few power outages. This is pretty significant here as we look. Grady County 3.5%, 1.5% for Thomas County, 1.25 Brooks. Now these aren't really highly populated, but those are, going to add up some. Let me go ahead and get back on over to the other mode here. I'm going to get back over here to this. Okay, we just got a new warning now. So we'll go to the power outages in a minute, but we have Hamilton now, and we have areas here towards Suwannee County under a warning until 5 o'clock at 4:27. A severe thunderstorm is located near Crossroads near Suwannee River State Park, moving northeast at about 20 miles an hour. So 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, Penny Hill, Jasper, Suwannee Springs, Suwannee River State Park. Again, a new severe thunderstorm warning now until about 5 o'clock. So again, seeing stuff really get going here with the overall instability. The parameters here coming into play. This doesn't show anything overwhelming, but could have maybe a quick, stronger burst of wind energy here down to the surface. This is moving northeast, they're tracking it. So let's get a track on this for the Jasper area. Okay, so northeast at 20 miles an hour. Jasper here about 15 minutes from now, really coming in there. That might be a little quick, because I put it out a little ahead, but you kind of get the idea as we're looking out toward that part of the viewing area. Plus a new severe thunderstorm warning until 5 o'clock for Hamilton and Swanee. Let's go ahead and keep looking here. Power outage numbers. I was alluding to it a moment ago. We have 500 out, 200 out. So that's Grady County 500 out, Thomas County 200 out. Getting out there toward the east there as we look and as we track. We have 100 customers in the dark right now. As we get there, in the areas further over in the south central Georgia. We're watching that. We're tracking that. Madison County 200 out, 100 out in Taylor County, 300 out in Leon County, Swanee County, 100 Glenn County. We didn't have a warning up there, but we have 1,500 out up in toward that area. So again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here. Just try to give you guys the very latest on the situation. We're watching things very carefully here across our different zones. Across our different zones. Seeing some of the different issues here. You can see as we look out there toward the east. Let me see which radar we're going to put this on. Jacksonville, and we're going to look here. That looks pretty strong for Camden there around Woodbine. Some heavy, rain, some lightning, maybe some gusty winds near I-95, and not just near it, but over I-95 here right now there in towards southeastern Georgia. So definitely got to be taking note of that. We're just going to keep on looking at things. You see around Fort Union there, moving up in towards some of these spots, like around Jasper and I-75. Gonna have some heavy rain here coming through the next little bit. Definitely be very mindful of that there. In fact, I need to get a camera up in that area. I think that would help kind of tell the story on the Florida 511 perspective. So let me effort that for you guys here. We're gonna effort a camera. Give me a moment here. Just going through all the different details here in the Weather Center. Just a one-man band, but it's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. Again, trying to give you guys the very latest. And I'm trying to get a view of the sky on some of these cameras. I'm not seeing a view of the sky. I'm seeing a bunch of road views, which are great, but we want to get a view of the sky here. So it would help tell our weather story. Well, I'm not really seeing a view of the sky, but let me just get you guys a view of some of the wet conditions, if nothing else, while I'm over here at our camera source. It's a little bit further down toward I-10, but I get it up here in a second. So there's a view there. You see the wet conditions there. Got to be careful on the roads. as we continue to give you the updates. Again, still here with you in the Weather Center. We've got multiple warnings that we're tracking, multiple parts of the area. Going to go to velocity mode. 37 miles an hour. About to be crossing I-75. But could be a little bit stronger. Again, trying to give you guys the latest here. Again, Grady County 515, Thomas County 515. So let's see, we had an update further back to the west. Let me get here with our other radar view. Okay, so we had some different updates. The warning for Decatur County further back's been canceled, the stuff that was coming in toward Bainbridge. So we also had another warning for Decatur County canceled. So that's some, good news here. That's some good news as we're looking at the situation, as we're monitoring it, as we're tracking it. So we're down to 2 warnings now. This here coming in toward Thomasville. This coming in toward Jasper. Again, trying to keep you up to date here. Yeah, definitely watching things for Hamilton County there. We have some patterns out over toward Madison County. I'll pull that up. Yeah, you see almost 2% out there in toward Madison County. Quite a few of our counties with some outages here this afternoon. And then I got a question about hail. Let's go ahead and go to our hail tracking tools here that we have at our disposal. See the northeast of Cairo there, maybe some hail showing up. We'll hit the Barron button here in a moment. Yeah, this could be up to about 1 inch in diameter. This shows a little bit less right now, though, so that's a good sign. Yeah, I'm looking here at this warning. They're going 3/4 of an inch in diameter or less on the hail. We did have one of these warnings that went to 1 inch earlier. Let's go to the Jacksonville radar. Check out Camden and Glen. Again, you can kind of see here around I-95. Around I-95. You can see some lightning there. The heavy downpours out that way too. But in I-75, we have this severe thunderstorm warning moving up into toward the Jasper area. Next few minutes. We check the latest from the Jacksonville office. We're tracking this northeast at 20 miles an hour. To Jasper here in the next 10 minutes. Coming on in, but I already knew the I-75 exit area for Jasper now. Okay, Duval County, we got, somebody, there, John, one of our, longtime viewers here watching from Duval County saying there is some drizzle going on. So let's get over to Jacksonville view. You can see here definitely have a little bit on the Doppler perspective in parts of southeast Duval. Looks like here, nothing just overwhelming though. It seems it kind of fell off in some of those spots here, but got a significant advisory down toward Marion and Putnam. Have our warnings Hamilton and Swanee until 5, Thomas and Grady till 5:15. It's good to have we had some of the stuff further back kind of fade on us, so that was a positive trend. I know viewers saying they had a crazy cloud come over Tallahassee and the wind picked up there. You know, it was wild, but no rain. I know did have a warning earlier that started this stream for me for the Tallahassee area, but it got dropped quickly. But they did still have some power outages as you guys did over there as we were looking toward Leon County. But then, you know, we had a lull and then we had to come back on for a bunch of warnings into Georgia. And that's kind of where we're at right now. But there is that one also, you know, in toward Florida right now, in toward parts of Hamilton County and in toward Swanee County. So again, just trying to give you guys the very latest. Appreciate you guys all tuning in on the different platforms. It's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. I know, definitely have some wet road conditions. Don't really need me to tell you that, though, for some of these spots, but definitely got to be careful. Let's do something else here. Since this is kind of that, you know, line formation a little bit with this, at least for this one, we were wondering, you know, Susie was there about Madison County. Let me put our nowcast. I don't use this much because if it's really random, this Renegade accident might have trouble with it, but it's been kind of holding together. So I'm going to go ahead and see what we can kind of come up with here. We're going to put this into motion. It's going to be 2 hours forward. I know what it is a past hour, but it kind of shows you how this could go. It moves it too slow. Yeah, because it's going to be moving a little bit faster than this here. It gives you an idea. That's more like, I would say, 1 hour maybe, based on the speed this has been going. It kind of shows it. Let me just kind of, I mean, wondering, you know, areas there around Pinetta there. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. But again, you know, that's kind of moving on in there. Let's get back, you know, to the current view because I don't want to confuse anybody. Because really, this is moving. Let me go ahead and see here with the very latest. We're going to get that speed for you. Southeast at 45 miles an hour. So Boston around 453, but let me change the rank size here in our system. Now we get a lot more cities in here. It's not even far from Pinetta here. Well, okay, it does have Pinetta in here. As we look, as we track things later on at the end of this. It actually has it there around 533. When I'm looking behind the scenes here, coming into your area there in Pinetta. Just appreciate everybody tuning in and trusting me. Again, trying to update you guys the best we can here with the meteorology. It's so important to stay on top of things here. You know, we started a stream off for the Florida areas. We went into the Georgia area here with this concern, with this overall setup. Right now we have a warning for parts of Florida with one of these and parts of Georgia with another. So that's where we're at right now at 4:44 here on this Sunday. Again, trying to give you guys the very latest here. Trying to update you guys the best we can. Checking all my sources. I know we're not concerned about it around here, but a couple, areas we've had some confirmed tornadic activity in Pennsylvania today. Not what you hear normally, but just how things are going with the meteorology. Again, trying to keep you informed here. Trying to keep you up to date. Just going through all of our different sources. Again, appreciate everybody tuning in here and trusting me. Again, with this live coverage. Going through all of our different computers trying to get the updates. Okay, so Suwannee County, Hamilton, that was canceled. Still pretty strong over there, but not officially severe now. So we have lightning in that area, some electrical energy when thunder and roar. Do you want to go indoors? But not officially severe anymore out toward Suwannee, toward Hamilton. Columbia wasn't under the warning anyway, but you guys do have some heavy rain and some lightning when, again, thunder and roar. Do you want to go indoors? That's important to keep in mind. So we're down to this warning here right now. And that looks like that's weakening too. So that's a good sign. But we've had quite a few power outages today. 7% now out in Grady County. That's pretty significant. I mean, it's still not a huge number because that's not a huge population. But let's go to the other mode here. Going to go to county power outage total. That's 900 folks in the dark. You have Brooks County 100, Leon 300, Madison 200. You have Hamilton 200, Suwannee 200. This is out of our area, but oof, Moultrie 5,000. We used to cover you guys up there, but that's the highest I've seen on this system anywhere close, to or to or in our area. That's concerning up that way. I know we had some storm accident come through, but didn't have a warning up that way. It doesn't look like. So again, I'm not paying attention as much up there anymore because it's not our area. But it's right on the edge, just outside of it. That's a big number. So I'll have to figure out kind of what went on there. But again, trying to give you guys the very latest here. We have significant weather advisory out toward Suwannee, out toward Hamilton. Eccles in Georgia 5:30. We need to switch readers for this, and you'll be able to see Marion 5 an advisory. That gets out of area with Volusia, but let's go ahead and go back over here. It's weakening. There's a little bit of a notch in reflectivity, but not seeing much. This looks like this could be a candidate to, be dropped here soon, I would say, based on what I'm seeing. I mean, it's a widespread 32, but the lightning, the reflectivity just doesn't quite add up anymore. Let's check the Valdosta view. Okay, we're on Tallahassee, so let's check Valdosta. See if it says something a little different. I mean, this is weakening. Generally this would be the time I'd be wrapping it up and it's going off here, I would say. But since, we're really trying to be committed here to sticking with things a little bit longer in these type of situations, we have even a severe thunderstorm warnings. We're going to stick with this here a little longer just in case. After this wraps up with that warning, if there's no more, I'll leave the stream going a little longer, to see if we have anything else pop on up. But you do see some pretty strong winds there. He hired Nashville. We'll have to see if that triggers anything for Eccles, as we look later downstream. But first off, Lanier and Lowndes. So again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here. Larry said didn't see any hail on the south side of Ambridge. That's good news. Again, we'll continue to be giving you guys the very latest here. 47-mile-an-hour wind gust at 420 at the Cairo Fire Department. Again, just trying to update you guys here. The winds just don't look too impressive here right now, but we'll stick with this one as long as they have this official warning in play. Heavy rain in Thomasville right now, if you're watching from Thomasville. Clay Street, Hall Road, Pine Tree Boulevard. Let me put on our rainfall from our other mode here, our dual pole. We'll do 3-hour estimates. They had a bunch of rain there last night too, and another inch there. Some of these areas, we gotta be careful. Don't, start seeing flash flooding maybe if it starts to kind of get more into town there. But 3 inches there in that pocket in Decatur County last 3 hours. See some areas in Suwannee County, a couple inches. This gets out on that radar beam some, but a couple inches Duval County, a couple inches down toward Clay and St. John's. We have about a ½ inch here. Let me go into our Jacksonville view on the radar, and then we'll get over to the dual pole. We'll get to the hydrology. Let's do 6 hours for over here. And a ½ inch, like I was alluding to. A couple inches on the west side of Jacksonville. Eastern Clay, about 1 inch. Parts of St. Johns County, over 1 inch. Parts of Marion, 1.5 inches. You can see getting out toward areas of southern Suwannee, about a ½ inch. I'm just continuing to look here at the scans. The warning officially goes till 5:15 for parts of Grady, parts of Thomas. It's all about informing you, your friends, your family, protecting you, your friends, and your family. Just trying to stay on top of this for you. So important. I just want to be here for the very latest, in terms of providing you with all that here. Again, you see 35, 31 on the winds. They're looking weaker here, but still got to be vigilant. Still got to be careful whenever thunder roars. You want to go indoors. Just checking the latest. That looks even weaker now. Let's go past the hour. I know they're on Moultrie again. That's not our area anymore, but they had about 5,000 customers that have lost electricity. That's concerning to figure out what went on up there. I'm curious. I'm not going to look at this too much because it is technically just outside of our area, but Had a little boundary come from this here. By the time that came through, maybe some big burst of wind came through. I don't know. It could have just been an anomaly here and it wasn't as bad, and the power outages don't correlate to damage or something, but we'll find out. Obviously, watch your local station up in that area, for more on that. If you're, watching, again, we used to cover Moultrie, but, see 5,000 customers in the dark in a county, that's not huge in size is cause for concern. I'll show it to you guys again. Now 4,000, but you see 900 here in our area, part of course, Grady County, Thomas County 200, Brooks County 100, Madison 200, Leon 300, Swanee 200, 400 in North Hamilton. In Camden County in our area, we have 700 in the dark. So again, letting you guys know when you lose that power, definitely problematic. I know up north there, they had a tree fall. That's the type of damage that we start getting more reports of in our area. We haven't had too much of that. We have had some power outages, which could be indicative of that happening. Again, they're still keeping the warning for now. I'm just going to check our different angles to make sure we're not missing something. I mean, it's coming through Thomasville. Maybe they just don't want to drop it right in town there. This really seems like it's lost its, real intense accent, kind of going more west to east now. So I'll back this up. I mean, 'cause when I'm saying that, it's kind of cutting it off maybe a little bit. That, strong section there, was kind of diving down a little bit more. But now things are kind of just falling apart. Let's get to the other view here again. Tallahassee, look at it from there. They're keeping the warning. Looks like we just had an update on that. Again, watching here, tracking. Definitely looks like it's weakening though. In our downstate, they have a severe thunderstorm warning toward Osceola County, but that's not our concern in our local zone. But again, trying to keep you up to date here. 4:56, severe thunderstorm warning continues for areas around Boston and near Thomasville, moving east at 35 miles an hour. Thomasville, Boston, Everett, Newark there, Easton, Metcalf, Oakland under this. Again, trying to give you the latest. Checking some of my sources here behind the scenes. Trying to give you that update. Thomas County, again, the warning goes for another 17 minutes officially. Look at my other sources, see if it looks any stronger on that. 20, 30 miles an hour is about all I'm seeing. Right east side of Thomasville, about 30. That's from the Tallahassee radar. I mean, from the Valdosta radar, it's even less, but it is over town. And they just, with the instability we have, I don't think they want to drop it right over town there. Right over Thomasville, just here on the side of caution here. So again, this warning does go for a little bit longer. So 5:15. Again, just trying to keep you informed. Severe thunderstorm warning situation. Looks like northern Baker County now. Getting some lightning evolving there. Let me get our roads on here. Right around Taylor. It's isn't severe yet or anything like that, but a little bit of wind. 28 miles an hour, so up moving toward Charlton County. Again, we have the lightning there, Suwannee and Columbia counties. Again, seems like things, they're sitting over Thomasville. Got to be careful. But generally, the wind enhancement's kind of gone away here from what I've seen. That's about the strongest. It's going to be right there as we get in tight near Arcadia Lane, Spring Hill Road. Not too far from Mill Pond Road. Again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here. Scrubbing through everything. Okay, got some more viewer comments here. I know I had a tree fall, looks like a tree limb falling wired in Bainbridge and south of Brenton. So, that type of wind, we were having a little bit while, back there. Definitely, definitely some cause for concern. Not seeing as much of that now, but definitely did have some wind damage, it seems, based on the padded numbers and the like. I just appreciate everybody watching, sticking with me for this coverage. If you haven't hit that subscribe button on YouTube, make sure you hit that subscribe button so you see more of my weather content here in the future as we're looking at the overall weather situation, in terms of, other days here. That could be a lot more impactful in terms of like coverage here of storm acts and in terms of the geography and the like. Again, trying to keep you informed. Again, we jumped on for Tallahassee, but had to shift our attention obviously to other areas here, after a short lull in warnings. Hopefully we'll have a long lull here, maybe for the rest of the night. I can't guarantee yet, but if we're lucky, maybe this will be our last warning here of the day. Toward Thomasville, toward Boston. Again, there's a bunch of lightning out there. Whenever thunder roars, go indoors. Wellborn. Northern Baker County. Eastern Camden. Just got to be mindful. We're going to pull up temperatures again. So it's still pretty hot out there, but I have had some of that rain around to cool things off. Way across I had some wind damage yesterday. Didn't even have a warning up there, but we had issues with some sheds there being knocked over. So that was an intriguing scenario. And we had the storm accident here bubble up as we're looking here and as we're tracking things. You can see how things got on going here toward the area with the overall storyline. It still feels into the triple digits in terms of the heat index in some spots, but other areas, Brunswick 75, 101 in St. Mary's. What a difference. You're just one county away. Powdered numbers have been pretty significant. You can see 6% out in Thomas County, 7.5% out in terms of electric customers in Grady County, 8% out in Hamilton County now with the latest updates. So even though some of these aren't, just huge population counties, these are noteworthy here. A little over 1% in Glenn. So just kind of letting you guys know here that overall storyline, here for sure. Trying to stay on top of things. Okay, back to the Doppler we go. Again, the warning continues till 5:15. Parts of Thomas, you see around Boston here. A little bit of wind enhancement, maybe to about 35 miles an hour, according to radar. I mean, in theory, we could have up to 60, but not really seeing a whole bunch right now. You see in the parts of Brooks County getting some heavy rain, north of US 84, and along it in some cases. Just trying to scan everything here for you as we look at the overall picture. Looking through everything here. Again, overall lightning. Let me tilt this so it doesn't count stuff out of our area, or not too far out anyway. Probably about 300 lightning strikes or so within the covered area, give or take, maybe a little bit less because it's counting some that are out of the viewing circle. But let's pull this back here to last hour because this has dropped off. You saw it was 700 here at about an hour mark ago, 1 hour ago. But now seeing that drop one down a good bit, which is a good sign here. Very good sign. Again, looking through the latest. Just appreciate everybody tuning in and trusting me. We'll definitely continue to watch to see if we have any more warnings past 5:15, but things are looking a lot better right now than they were, an hour ago. That is for sure. Okay, they're going to expire the warning at 5:15. The storm which prompted the warning has weakened below severe limits now and no longer poses an immediate threat. No longer poses an immediate threat to life or property. That's what we want to see, obviously. However, gusty winds and heavy rain are still possible with a thunderstorm. So, if this was a tornado warning, I would talk all the way up to 5:15, but this is not a tornado warning. So they're going to expire this on out. I feel comfortable right now just kind of wrapping the cover. I did have a gust of 51 in Thomasville at 4:40 and an ambient weather station, so that's worth noting. But overall, seeing that weakening trend, that was 30 minutes ago, and things have been kind of downtrending since then even. So, officially the warning lasts for another 5 minutes, but I feel pretty comfortable wrapping this up for now. We're going to leave the stream going in case we get more warning, then we need to jump back in. But it's a situation here where we're seeing that kind of downtrend there, which is what we want. We really want to see that, obviously, here with the overall picture across our area. We want to see things weaken here with the overall setup in terms of the instability. That's still a problem in spots, that haven't been worked over, but some spots have been worked over here today. But we're going to leave the stream going, but things are weakening on out there. If we need to jump back in, we will. But a warning, being allowed to expire for parts of Thomas County there in Georgia, as we're looking at things, as we're monitoring things there, as we get toward about that 5:15 benchmark. So, that's what we like to hear, things weakening, but still could, have a little bit of concern there. So just be vigilant there in that area, just in case things were to ramp back up on us. And if they do, we'll come back in here with more coverage here on this stream. But for now, I think that wraps it. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud. Thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me. Again, you can keep the stream up here with the radar, but that'll wrap it for now. Again, I want to still officially in another few minutes, but it is on that downtrend here. Things are looking better. So that's what we like to see. Enjoy your Sunday here. It's Flag Day. If we need to pop back in, we will. But otherwise, just stay safe out there. And just stay, informed here. Download that Cloud Weather app. And I'll give you guys the latest here as warranted. This is a clouds weather alert. Meteorologist Casey Cloud coming in the air right now with a severe thunderstorm warning here for parts of southeast Georgia. We have parts of Camden, we have parts of Charlton, and we have parts of Brantley County under a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:30. So we need to go ahead and take this seriously here in terms of some damaging wind potential, potentially moving on through here, some large hail potential as well. So let's go ahead and get down on in here. I'll get our streets on, and we'll go ahead and kind of look at this severe thunderstorm situation. You can see around Rains Landing, Tarboro, we have at least some potential for some gusty winds, maybe some damaging winds here. See 49 miles an hour about to cross that, type of wind, New Post Road. So need to be very mindful of this. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning here until 7:30 p.m. for parts of Camden, parts of Charlton, and parts of Brantley. So let me go ahead and read you the statement from the Weather Service. At 6:52, a severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles southeast of Hickoxdale, 11 miles south of Nahunta, moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. So you got quite a bit of lightning all the way through Nahunta here with this. None of that's officially warned, further up. But, we've had advisories. Some of this kind of dying out, but it's really taking hold here. It looks like we're kind of getting a line formation here in southeast Georgia, some of that north of our area, Jessup, Hinesville there. But you see areas around Brunswick as we're looking and as we're tracking. This could be, something that we'll get like another warning or two as we look here over the next hour or so as we monitor the situation. So got to be very mindful here as this starts to organize. Remember, this is where we had that marginal risk here for today. All the accidents we had earlier on actually wasn't necessarily, in the higher type of concern area. This is what we were more concerned about, this part of the area. In fact, in terms of the geography there, we didn't actually have any warnings, really in the last couple hours until now, though. So here we go. Severe thunderstorm warning for parts of our area until 7:30. Again, at 6:52, a severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles southeast of Hickoxdale, 11 miles south of Nahunta, moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. Now, they say northeast. What I'm going to go ahead and do here is I'm going to look back here the past 30 minutes. We're going to look at this movement here. And there is some northeasterly type of movement with it. But let me just go ahead and track the entire line here at about 20 miles an hour. So we're going to go ahead and broaden the view a little bit. And we're going to we'll try to do this the best we can. And, I'm doing it from where we have some of the stronger activity. But I'll put it a little bit faster than 20. See Woodbine there at about 7:25 p.m. could be impacted. But let me go ahead and change some of our, modes around. And we're going to put more of the smaller communities on here. And you see Hazelhurst. You see areas there like Tarboro at 7:07. You have zones there like Hainer at 7:21. So again, just trying to let you guys know here's some of the different areas that could be impacted over the next little bit. A little bit of maybe weak rotation I was noticing on some of my different modes here in the Weather Center. Again, just trying to give you guys those latest details here on the overall situation. You can see some weak rotation here. Let me look up to the north. I would call it pretty weak and broad, but it's not, nothing there. As we look and as we monitor. So again, a severe thunderstorm warning till 7:30. Camden, Charlton, Brantley. I know as I click here into the warning part. Again, you have a lot of other accidents that's kind of died on out here as we look across the area. I mean, heavy downpours, but not advisory or warning type of scenarios except for out here in towards southeast Georgia. We still have some of the overall setup lingering here. I know we did have Camden earlier. They had some storm accident. Let's see what their temperature is now, because that could kind of, and Glenn County is where I'm really talking, with our reading on this, 81 still. So they did, drop down some, 85 in Camden County. So they dropped some, but they had warmed back up a little bit, I say some, they actually dropped a lot, but warmed back up a little bit here. But we're getting so late, it's going to be harder to warm back up a lot. But it's still going to feel pretty muggy out there. Folkestone, really muggy, 100. We've had quite a few power outages here today. Eccles County, that stands out like a sore thumb there. Let me do some investigating on that here real quick. We definitely had some power outages, though, in some different spots. Look at all the different reports here. Had a Grady County now coming on in delayed, but we're going to have to go through some of those here, too. But let me go ahead and we're gonna jump on over to our currents here, and we're gonna get to the power outage information, our county power outage totals. And we're going to say this is north of our area, but still quite a bit out there. But in 700, 100, 600, as we look, some of that getting further up. But 100, 100, 500, 400, 200, 100, 300, 400. So, you add these together, we're looking at over 1,000. Probably a little bit more than that in our area in the dark because you're not counting that one up there. But 7, 14, 15, we're doing this quick on the fly math, 19, 24, 25, 27. Yeah, we're looking at over 3,000 plus in the dark here in our area from the storms we've had today. So, and these outages out here, a lot of them caused by the storm report. You see quite a few of them really showing up now. We had several trees and power lines down in Decatur County around 4 o'clock. Several trees and power lines, definitely an issue down in Climax there. There's some gusty winds coming on through. Several trees and power lines down in Grady County around Wiggum. Cairo, a tree fell on a house there near 11th Avenue Northeast there. It partially blocked the road. You see City of Cairo measured a gust of 47. I think we told you about that one. Power lines down near Highway 93 on Blueberry Road. Just a lot of reports here from Grady County this afternoon, as we look at the overall situation. But we could have some of that here further off toward the east. We could have some of that further off toward the east here. With this here, we have, again, a little bit of weak rotation, I would call it. On that notch there. Sometimes right near the coast, we can get some weird stuff to happen. So we just need to be kind of careful with this. Let me see if we have any updates from the Weather Service. I'm going to check here. If they're going to add maybe a tornado possible tag. I don't think there's enough for a tornado warning here, but it's not impossible that we could get a tornado possible tag as this is getting near US 82 here. So again, some green and red there on this leading edge here of the axis. And it kind of matches up a little bit with a notch here on the Doppler. So need to be mindful here. A lot of lightning. Look at that right in there around Big Oak, Rains Landing. 400 strikes Winnetka there last 10 minutes, just east of mainly of 301. US 301, you see 100 tons of lightning up there. Kind of as we're looking here, and this is all pushing off toward the east here, toward Brunswick, toward the I-95 corridor. People headed home after, trip for the weekend here, or maybe vacation. They were off last week. They went up maybe to Carolinas, now headed back, and they might get caught in this, or, vice versa even. People leaving our area and headed up north to it, tripping to Carolinas. Definitely could have some problems here as we're looking at the overall situation. Again, let me just go ahead and keep you guys informed here. Again, we have this green and red. That concerns me just a little bit. I don't think there's going to be anything here, but I'm just going to check. Well, I think that's just, that's just the hole there in between the rain. If that was matching up in a different spot, I'd be, actually really concerned. I'm used to a different source, I'm just trying to get used to that because that matches up with, that's not debris because that's in the hole there. This is not debris because that's not matching up with the radar. It's not co-located because it matches up with that, meaning it's not co-located. It's where we don't have rain falling right now. That's all that is. But if that was actually in the rain and we had the rotation right there, all three together, then I would be concerned. But that's not what that is. That's not a tornado debris signature. But again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on the different scans. Bouncing between some different things here. Just trying to give you guys the very latest. Just trying to let you guys know here what we're dealing with the overall meteorology. We're just trying to keep you informed. It's about keeping you guys informed for our 38 counties here. Just trying to let you guys know the very latest. Just trying to let you guys know the very latest here for sure. I'll throw that back up one more time just to kind of remind you guys of what we cover. Just want to let you guys know. Let you guys know here the very latest details on things here. Have viewers on some different platforms here watching and tracking with me. Just appreciate everybody, and we're just going to watch this severe weather together here to try to keep you guys up to date. on the ongoing scenario. Let me go ahead and jump back on over to the Doppler view. Again, we have this severe thunderstorm warning right now. Severe thunderstorm warning. We'll see if this gets extended into Brunswick because a lot of the velocities are on the lead edge here. So, they might have to decide on this warning a little quicker than 7:30. I kind of would lean toward them extending this into Brunswick, to be completely honest here, the way I'm looking at it. But we'll just have to wait and see. Not a guarantee. Okay, they're canceling out Charlton, but they're continuing now Camden and Brantley until 7:30. At 7:05, a severe thunderstorm is looking at 8 miles west of Waverly, or 11 miles southeast of Nahana, moving northeast at 20 miles an hour, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail around Waverly. You have 0.75 inch hail, as I was alluding to, wind gusts to 60. Not a tornado possible tag, though, which is good news. They're not really seeing that rotation too much of the weather service in Jacksonville. So that's some good news, obviously. That's definitely some good news here. Seeing maybe some hail potential in the vicinity. But again, there's where our warning is. Happy Landing, Salter, Waverly, Glencoe. Brunswick, they're kind of on the horizon in terms of any potential. We still got an hour of daytime heating left. Granted, they had to rain earlier on. Let's look back. We're going to go over to the hydro. We're going to do the dew pole. Well, 3 hours might not be enough. Let's do dual pole, 6-hour totals. And some of these areas out ahead have picked up a 1/4 inch, over a 1/2 inch here as we're looking. So atmosphere's been worked over some, but as we just try to give you guys the very latest here. I'm going to pop back in with this again. You see quite a bit of lightning around 800. I hear those rumbles of thunder. If you hear thunder, you're close enough to be struck by lightning. Again, just scrubbing between everything here. Moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. So 20 miles an hour. This is, if we get another warning, it might take, a path in terms of the polygon being drawn kind of like this. Brunswick at 7:43, St. Simons at 8:01. A couple of the spots that could be impacted here. As we look ahead in toward the timeline, giving that heads up, we've got less than maybe 30 minutes to get inside. I know this is technically over 30, but really to give yourself, advanced type of safety here. You want to go ahead and get inside within that 30-minute timeline. As lightning's, getting closer here, there's rumbles of thunder here. So yeah, you just want to be very mindful of the situation. You just want to be very mindful here of the situation. Quite a bit coming together in southeast Georgia. These are not, except for down here. This is in our area. But as we get further up, this is not in our area. But there's a lot of stuff up there. Some severe and some not severe. Down in the south, not so much now. In Duval, a few lightning strikes. But this is where we have that concern here. That severe thunderstorm warning. Camden and Brantley there until 7:30 p.m. As we keep you guys up to date. Just checking our different modes here. All those reports earlier of damage out toward the west. Some of these wind gust reports, but we're with you every step of the way as we were looking out toward the west earlier this afternoon. It's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. Now let me switch over to the Vedasta radar. We're going to go back 4 hours, something along those lines. And you'll be able to see what we were talking about with all the different reports coming on out of damage. That cluster there really was causing problems in towards southwest to south central Georgia. Definitely causing some problems with all those OSRs popping up as you saw them kind of come on in there. Again, giving you guys the very latest here. We're just continuing to monitor it very carefully. There's something else we're going to be watching this week, and I haven't dove into it a lot because I've been busy with you guys here today, but there's an odd, scenario setting up in the forecast model as we look ahead. So I'm going to try to do some manipulation. We'll get back to the warning here in a moment, but I'm going to try to do some manipulation here with the computer source and see that Euro model run because, I want to make sure I don't, just overdo it here because it's still a low confidence forecast. But let me just try to get something together really quick for everybody at home because it's a very intriguing forecast here, what it's trying to show. Very intriguing. We're just going to try to make sure everything's set right. I don't want to see the wrong data. Okay, yeah, it is set through Friday, so let me go ahead and show this to you. Give me just a couple more seconds here. Okay, so we're going to switch sources now. This is a Euro rainfall totals forecast here. You see in our area it's not overwhelming, but that area of interest here in the Gulf, that we've been kind of paying attention to is maybe supposed to go more toward Mexico. Well, it may meander around, and it could end up becoming something where there's a 30% chance of development as last check. Let me see if we have a new outlook out here from the Hurricane Center. I don't have the new one yet, but 30% chance of becoming something. But even if it doesn't, the low could kind of, evolve, stay intact. The model Euro is actually going to strengthen over land, which is interesting here. But it says with copious amounts, flooding rains for Jackson to areas there around Birmingham, maybe at Montgomery, but this could shift north or south some. But you see right now we're kind of in the lesser range. We'll have to watch because somewhere, in the corridor of the southeast, there could be and South Central, maybe even with Louisiana involved, kind of Texas, not in this shot necessarily, but there could be some type of tornado threat that evolves here later on this week and, late week. But it's uncertain right now. It might be more in a corridor up in here, maybe, up in our, areas just on the northern periphery of our area or just north. We'll see. We'll monitor it. We'll keep you updated. It's really uncertain. There could be a big severe threat towards St. Louis this week, too. As we're looking at all of that, as people are really monitoring things up that way. But there's some uncertainty with the forecast right now. We'll keep you guys up to date. So, but for our area, you see 2 inches Tallahassee, 1.8 for Thomasville, 1.5 for Stark, 1.6 for Brunswick. So hefty amounts on average, but not overwhelming. That purple is getting half foot to maybe a foot in some areas here if this were to verify. So we need to be very mindful of that here as we look ahead in case it becomes a big national story. If this were to shift somehow closer to our area, we might have to turn the logo red. But right now it's too uncertain. It would look to be north of our zones here with that moisture really piling up. But we'll just have to wait and see. That's just an early look ahead there as we give you the guys the very latest. So we're watching things for our 38 counties here in the Weather Center. Back to the severe thunderstorm warning, the task at hand. You can kind of see here, 7:30 the expiration for Camden. For Brantley, we haven't seen the extension into Glenn yet. We'll see if they decide to extend this here at the Weather Service. We'll see if they decide to extend this here. Looking a little bit weaker, but you just never know here. In terms of winds, this is still looking hefty on this mode of the radar, the reflectivity mode, the mode you're most accustomed to seeing here. But again, trying to keep you guys up to date. I'm going to check here, see if we have any questions, comments. Looking at some things here behind the scenes. Don't see anything right now, but just appreciate everybody tuning in here and trusting me. Just appreciate everybody tuning in here and trusting me. It's all about keeping you guys informed here. We've been having a break-in throughout the day here for some different warnings across our different areas on this Sunday, on this June 14th, 2026, this Flag Day here. Again, just looking, don't see any questions, comments right now, but just appreciate everybody here with me through the day. We've had a pretty busy one here again. It's that pattern, pretty typical, really. Things just get going day after day here, and you got to monitor them. The lightning's still there. That's not officially a severe criteria. There's a lot in the last minute flashing. It's just we're not seeing an overwhelming amount of wind energy right now showing up, which may keep us from getting another warning. But Waverly's getting some very heavy rain there. Horse Stamp Church Road, Russell's Retreat Road. You see a Hainer Road. Just kind of giving you the idea. Keene Bay Road there. Glencoe, the community there at Glencoe. You have Hainer. So all these areas here, Hainer, Glencoe, Waverly, all you guys getting into this, and you have areas like Spring Bluff here. We'll be watching, we'll be tracking Fancy Bluffs, Attillo Shores, just trying to give you guys the very latest here. Special weather statement further off toward the east here. Let me check with the information on that. We're going to check that. So now they're going with that instead maybe of a severe warning downstream. So 50-mile-an-hour gust, excessive cloud to ground lightning. Lightning seems to be some of the biggest danger. Wouldn't be completely surprised if we hear a report of, some type of lightning fire even with this much lightning here in this frame in this 15 minutes. This is excessive. Again, not officially severe criteria though, so they may just be going to have that special weather statement hold downstream instead of having a severe thunderstorm warning here as we look toward the Brunswick area. As things might be kind of falling apart in terms of the wind a little, but not the lightning. That lightning's still very aggressive here in terms of the overall setup. As we look in toward the Brunswick area, they're tracking this east at 25 miles an hour. Let's give you another storm track here. Let's give you another storm track east, and we'll go a little north with this. You see Brunswick at 731, St. Simons at 747, and this north of area around Darien at 749. So again, just trying to let you guys know the overall storyline here for this progressing. You already had some storm action earlier. You had some storms, yesterday in southeast Florida we were watching as well. We're just trying to give you guys the very latest here on the situation. Let me go ahead and we're going to switch on over. We're going to switch on over to the wind risk here. See, this is where that is set up here from the Storm Prediction Center. This is where they have it out for. Not necessarily the areas that had all the damage out west earlier. I posted this morning, just got to watch all over our region, and we ended up having to watch, areas outside of the risk area. This is how it is around here. It's nothing new. I mean, this is, for our area this time of year anyway. Granted, the models have really struggled lately overall, but this is something they always struggle at, this pop-up convection here. There are a lot of issues in terms of the modeling though going on, nationwide. Not getting enough effort air data, but around here the models always have issues here trying to resolve afternoon storms. It's just so many little micro scale details. So, it's something to be mindful of. We're seeing that risk of some damage and wind gust again. Now, some of these areas are already kind of leaving that behind here, it would seem. But again, going back into the warning here, Brantley, Camden. Again, trying to give you guys the very latest. Looks like we're probably just going to have a special weather statement as this gets into North Brunswick here instead of a warning. But we're going to keep watching. We're going to keep tracking with you. Let's go ahead and see if we have any updates. Nothing new yet in terms of they're going to allow it to expire or extend it. Just a ton of lightning, though. That's a ton of lightning there. It's dangerous. I mean, all those flashes and strikes in the last 60 seconds. That is concerning. That is very concerning here, folks. That can lead to some big problems. I mean, in terms of a house fire, even somebody getting struck. I mean, that's about the most I've seen, with this system that I can remember in the last, since I've had it with, strikes in the last minute. Everyone that's flat, that means it's happened in the last 60 seconds. Some of the areas not even under a warning, but again, it's not a severe criteria lightning. It is summertime here in South Georgia, North Florida, and so here we are. Here we are, folks. I mean, with this storm action. A lot of that wind kind of moving toward Brunswick now in the advisory. 38. I mean, some of that's just kind of looks like a boundary, but on this mode, it's kind of hard to tell. Let me try some different radar modes here. I was kind of trying to give you guys the latest here. It may just be the wind on the periphery. I'm still getting used to this color table a little different on the system with the wind mode, so bear with me on that. But again, you have your warning back out there. I'm just looking at a bunch of stuff in southeast Georgia, but the only one with a warning right now is our area. There's a marine warning further east, but You can see 7:30 p.m. Parts of Camden, parts of Brantley. Glencoe, Keens Bay Road, Hayner Road. Get into this. Spring Bluff's about to be getting into this here. Satilla Shores. They're not officially under the warning, but they're going to be watching things carefully over there with the weather action coming on in. Definitely cause for some concern. Some of that wind way out ahead here. Dover Bluff. You have Dover Bluff Road. Ocean Highway. Fancy Bluff. 40-mile-an-hour winds moving into North Brunswick here next few minutes. McIntyre Court. In fact, those storm tracks I did. Need to let me change some things here. Okay, they're going to expire this warning at 7:30. The storm was prompted a warning has weakened below severe limit to no longer pose an immediate threat to life or property. Therefore, the warning will be allowed to expire. So that's what we want to hear, obviously. But let's do another track on this wind here. We'll keep the radar stream going, but we'll wrap cover soon, assuming we don't get another warning. But this is moving east at 25. And I need to do that again. Let me try that one more time. I want to try to get this a little tighter in here. And then we'll zoom out. And you see Brunswick here next couple minutes going to get into that wind on that leading edge. But it's not really embedded with the heaviest convection. So, some signs of decay, some signs of weakening here. That's what we want to see, obviously. That's what we want to see for sure. And of course, we had all that damage further out west earlier. We were on the air for a good while with this stuff here in north southwest to south central Georgia. Around the Bainbridge area, giving you guys that latest. Trying to keep you safe, trying to keep you informed. So get back in over here now. Just going through some different modes. You see the advisory to 7:45 now. I'm just trying to keep you up to date. Check and see if we have any new comments, questions from any of the viewers at home. Again, trying to keep you informed here. It's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. All this lightning, all this electrical energy. Still an issue if you don't have a warning. Definitely trying to give you the view here of what's going on. And I tell you what, I think that radar out of Valdosta, is that the... Yeah, that is old data out there. Okay. I know. Looking back, I was wondering what that was all about. So, that is old data off that Valdosta radar. Trying to give you guys the very latest on things, though. Let me switch that off then. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on with some of the data here. Because that is not correct. Let me go ahead and... Jacksonville's working. Let me see if we can figure out maybe why Valdosta radar is down. Just trying to figure this out on the fly here. I have to check another source here real quick. I'm going to see if I have any type of statement. I just want to see what might have happened there. Just kind of curious about that. It is zooming down on my other source here. See if we have any type of radar report. Okay, so the velocity radar is inoperable until further notice due to a technical issue. So that radar is down right now. That's not great to hear, but we have some other radars we can use, like the Jacksonville radar here, to let you guys know the storyline. So that velocity radar is down, but the Jacksonville radar is still working. So you see some of that wind coming in toward Brunswick there. Tallahassee radar should still be working. Don't have too much out that way. We have the Tampa radar. Just looking. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything since we had that one radar. Again, this is invalid data here. This is incorrect. But this is correct. This is correct. So again, we're just looking through things. That's just reading a different type of beam height there. But this is, what we want to get to. And that warning's about to go away, but there's still a lot of lightning. So there's no, it's just lighter accent out here. The one radar that had the red out in here was an anomaly because it's wrong. I mean, it was wrong data. It was old data, So this is the correct data now coming from the Jacksonville radar site as we're looking at things and as we're tracking things. Again, moving toward and over I-95 in some cases here now, Woodbine to Brunswick. We've mainly been on the Jacksonville radar, but I think we bounced to the other a little. I just don't want to confuse anybody, because that was showing some heavier stuff out there, and that was inaccurate because it was reading old data. The radar's down, so. And I'm kind of used to there's on our other system we'd use it have different things like so the red dot so the radar down or something. But as we look ahead tomorrow, we're gonna have rain chances pretty high there. And then they're going to get even higher midweek here as we look ahead in the timeline. So we'll be watching. We'll be tracking here. We'll be giving you guys the very latest on the scenario things that, bouncing up and down with that forecast a little. We'll have more updates here, but the warning's gone for now. We have a marine warning, 8:15 out toward the east. That's something folks are having to contend with, the boaters and the like. But that's going to conclude our coverage for now. We're going to leave the stream going, though. We'll leave the radar up and we'll leave the Jacksonville up. Normally I like to leave the Vedosta up, actually. Because it's kind of split the difference, but we can't really do that right now. I may just go ahead and stick with the zoomed in view here because there's not much to show in other parts of our area right now, thankfully, as things are kind of drying on out in terms of storm accident. We've got a half inch here to east to start today, a half inch yesterday. That helps with our drought concerns some, but still a long way to go in the overall scenario, but it's better than the alternative. So again, we'll continue to update you guys here as the conditions warrant. I'll leave the last hour looping here of the Doppler from the Jacksonville site as we look at things, kind of position this a little bit better here on the view. We'll come back here if it's warranted. But for now, thanks so much for tuning in. I'll go ahead and mute my mic and we'll leave this running. Hopefully we don't have to jump back in with coverage, but if we do, I'll be here with you on this stream.